on your phone to see if it's showing this.
Yes, see, it's, yep.
the cameras as well. We still have this though.
I was like, well, then I was
We might be cooking. Or we're cooking. Please tell me we're cooking. Please tell me we're cooking. I'm curious about something.
Shut it off.
Someone check the phone.
I can't. Sorry.
Go ahead. Use my phone. Go ahead. Oh,
Sorry about that. We might
what do you want me to do?
just go to YouTube.
Okay. Boulder Collegians.
Okay, that's so nice.
Hi.
Do you guys want the scoreboard as well?
Yes, yeah, we're trying to get it and it wasn't working correctly. Right now it's frozen on my face.
Question: so do you mark out an error, or do you just give it?
That's an E6.
Okay.
Again, we apologize for the delay in the broadcast. We'll have a little bit more commentary with this in just a moment.
Here's a rugby bag.
Thank you. I know I was watching it down there, and I realized I left it there.
We got the scoreboard.
It should be 2-1. Hmm?
I know it took him a while though too.
Yeah.
I just didn't remember the new picture because that was me.
25. New pitcher on the mound.
They give us the whole roster.
Yes, they did. New pitcher on the mound, Keith. Yeah, it's Anton Keith. Oh, wait, no, for them. Excuse me.
I tried to replace on the bottom. I'm still going back to the bottom. Oh wait, I need to just listen to it. Oh, then where'd it go? I just had to do the same thing that I did for the last pitcher. Like for the DH, I had to replace
For
them.
the DH. That hitting for it. So that'll line up.
Or would I just edit the player he's hitting for?
No.
Thank you all for your patience here as we get ready now for the top half of the fourth inning. No score here today between the Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals. I'm your broadcaster, Alex Clark. As we get ready to lead things off here, we have Diego Castellanos here ready to lead off the fourth. He had a walk his last time up. He's facing a new pitcher in Hayden Buechel. Buechel, the righty's first pitch on the way, is in the dirt, gets by the catcher for ball one. Count now goes to 1-0. Catcher for today's game for the Generals is one Mr. Chance Wyckoff. Here's that one gets by him. He's done a good job so far. He's had a couple of throwouts there. But now we'll see it's lefty v righty here. Advantage to Castellanos as the next pitch on the way is taken low again for ball 2, 2-0 the count. No score here at Denver Christian School as we here are ready for the game between the Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals. Right now the pitcher, Buechel's next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the lower part of the zone. Count now goes to 2-1. We saw Castellanos in his last at-bat here while we were trying to get everything all figured out, which, again, we do apologize for that. He worked a nice at-bat back in the first inning. The next pitch on the way is a curveball that way misses outside, gets past the catcher and Wyckoff. It is now 3-1, a true hitter's count here for Castellanos. Fun field here today at Denver Christian School. To dead center field, to normal field to center, left, right, center. But left and right field, a much higher fence here makes it a lot harder to try and get anything over the fence, especially with the wind really coming in. The next pitch on the way, taken in the dirt for ball 4. That's another walk. Got there by Diego Castellanos. Still has yet to officially record a full PA at this point, as now he gets on base for the second time to lead off now the fourth inning. And that now will bring up Zane Zinicola, the center fielder. His last time struck out looking to end off the first inning. Here's still no score here in Denver. Should say Lakewood as well, but Denver Christian School. As the next pitch on the way in the dirt, but does not get by the catcher. Wyckoff's able to keep it to his side. So no advancement there from Castellanos. That'll keep it now to a 1-0 count, but no advancement there from Diego on at first. He was able to steal second base back in the first inning, but got caught stealing third base after he slid just a little bit too far, but he definitely had it beat. As now, again, Zinicola ready. The next pitch on the way. Takeoffs Castellanos. Hit and run. Ground ball to the shortstop here. That's Wagner. Wagner throws it to first in time for the out. And on the play, Castellanos will get to second on the hit and run. So now there's one out here in the top half of the fourth inning. And that's going to bring up the second baseman in Chase Hildy. As Hildy, his last time up, struck out to lead off the second here. Josh Doer was the pitcher at the time. Now it is Hayden Buechele. So Josh Doer goes 3 strong, doesn't let in a single run. His next pitch is taken for a strike on the high outside part of the zone. So count now goes to 0-1. So now again, runner on at second base here. Diego Castellanos, person at the dish is Chase Hildy. As Hildy, the lefty, facing off against the righty in Buechele. Takes another look over at Castellanos. Next pitch is taken just a little bit high, just above the numbers, as the count now levels at 1-1. No score here in Lakewood. The wind has been a major factor today, blowing very much inside, limiting any amount of power from both teams. It's actually gotten rid of a couple of outs as well that were foul balls. This next pitch on the way, swung on and missed on a low fastball, as the count now goes to 1-2 on Hildy. That was the count that he did strike out on, back to lead off the second. What I mean by turning a out into a foul ball, we had a foul ball that went down the first base dugout, but the wind carried it right over the fence to keep the batter alive. So now Ray, a long look over at Castellanos. The next pitch on the way, misses it, gets by the catcher. Going for third base is Castellanos, and he coasts in easily with another advancement on that one. It's not a stolen base. That was a wild pitch there, but that brings the count now to 2-2 with only one out and a go-ahead run at just 90 feet away. Castellanos has shown some amazing speed so far, has gotten to second base each time up, and now this time gets to third base safely. So now ready, here we go. Hildy against Buechele. The righties deliver on the way. Ground ball up the middle, going on the place. Castellanos, he's going to score the field on the third base, and is not, excuse me, by the shortstop, not able to get Hildy, who's able to outrun it for an infield single and the first run of the ball game. That is now going to be Boulder 1 and the Generals nothing. So the first RBI of this young season goes to one Chase Hildy as he scores Diego Castellanos, who really manufactured that run, stealing second base, advancing to third, and then scoring on the play. So now that's going to bring up Isaac Sobieschek. Right now, the first pitch on the way is taken. Thought about going on that one, but able to hold off. Count now goes to 1-0. Sobieschek got the first base hit of the day for the Collegians here, getting a single back in the second inning, but then was caught stealing a little bit ago. Was picked off over at first. So now, again, ready. Buechele looking at another pickoff over to first, but nothing doing. As on the play, Hildy's able to get back in safely. Not much of a contest on that one, but he's able to get back clean. A couple shakeoffs there from the pitcher. Buechele doesn't like what Wyckoff is calling, gets the one he does like, and those next pitch, and that's going to beat him. As Sobieschek will take a painful first base there, as it looks like that one may have just been an off-speed pitch that didn't quite get everywhere of it. So at that point, gets him on the shoulder blade. So Hildy will advance to second base, and Sobieschek will be on first base for the second time today. And now that is going to bring up Derek Woolwine. As Woolwine on his last time off flew out over to the right fielder. That's catcher Gladish. So now ready, the next pitch on the way is a called strike on the off-speed pitch. Gets the high outside corner. The count goes to 0-1. A lot of lefties in the lineup here today for the Collegians. But right now they're making it work here against the righty here in Buechele. Runner on that second base is Hildy. Over at first base is Sobieschek. The next pitch on the way is in the dirt. Gets by the catcher, Wolcott. Both runners will advance on the play. So now 2 runners on in scoring position here for the Collegians. And here in the 4th inning, they are really making their presence known as the count now goes to 1-1. Hildy advances to third, and Sobieschek is now on at second. So a big opportunity here for Derek Woolwine. 2 runners on with only 1 out. A fly ball into the outfield could score 1 with a sacrifice fly. Mason could score 2 as he hits 1. A line right into the shortstop here. That's White, flips it to King for the 6-4 double play, and that will end the inning. But the Collegians do get a run as they break the scoreless tie. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It is Collegians 1 and the Generals nothing. Do you want water? Want water?
No, thank you.
Bottom half of the 4th inning here for the Denver Generals, as now Boulder leads it 1-0. Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Clark, broadcaster for today's game. Leading off here for the Denver Generals is going to be the 3rd baseman in Trevor Nordstrom. Nordstrom led off the 2nd inning with a ground out to the 2nd baseman, Hildy. So now we will see what he's to do here against Mason Bright. Bright, the tall righty's next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. A nice little fastball that paints a nice corner there as the count goes to 0-1. So far, Mason Bright has done amazing work in this game. His next pitch, a high pop-up, but going fouls, it'll go right over us here at the broadcast booth. And they'll keep the count out 0-2. But right now, Mason Bright, specifically in the last inning, got runners on bases loaded with only 1 out, is able to work out of the jam to not let any score. His next pitch, a high drive into right center field, going back to the shortstop. It's going to the 2nd baseman, but it's going to be the right fielder, Castellanos, who is there and makes the catch for the 1st out of the inning, as Hildy on that one was running as fast as he possibly could. His hat went flying on that, just trying to find a level of the ball, but Castellanos able to make the call and get the out, and that's going to bring up the left fielder in Sam Wetterholt. And hold the lefty's next pitch to him is taken inside. Didn't miss by a lot, but they'll bring the count now to 1-0. Wetterholt was part of a 1-2-3 inning back in the 2nd with a line out to the shortstop in Hariyama. As the next pitch is taken for a strike, levels the count now 1 apiece. Wetterholt, the left fielder, wears number 24 on his back. As now Mason's next pitch on the way is taken for a ball. Good patience here by Wenderholt. But right now, Mason Bright on the mound has looked very good. He's gotten in a couple of jams, but has gotten out of them each and every time. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Great location on the outside pitch. That will now ditto the count at 2-2. Score is 1-0 in favor of the Boulder Collegians. As the next pitch, a ground ball right back up the middle. Taking this time is the 2nd baseman. Takes an odd hop, but not able to make the play on it. So that is going to be an infield base hit. That was a high chopper. That one, I think that was probably about 20 feet in the air, something like that. And on the play, Sam Wetterholt will go over to first. And that'll be the first base hit we've seen from the Generals. Sets a single from Heath Perry back in the 3rd. Now that's going to bring up Leo Wagner, the shortstop, as the first pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Wagner coming out to just the lefty, a ground out back to the pitcher, Bright. His last time up. So now right, the next pitch on the way, low and outside for ball 1, levels it again at 1-1. As now Wetterholt's now on at first base with a bit of a gimmicky single, but hey, you take the base hits where you can get them. The next one on the way is taken for a strike, hits the top part of the zone, and the count goes to 1-2. So far for Mason, he has been dominant, working from the high top of the zone to the outside part of the zone. Inside, he's had a little bit of trouble, but hasn't done too much on it as the next pitch goes outside on that one, but does not get the calls. The count goes to 2-2. Brett Williams doing the catching today for Boulder. As now look over to first base. Mason's next pitch on the way, and off speed that misses high. And now the count is absolutely full, 3-2. Only one out here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Boulder leading it 1-0. As now Bright's next pitch on the way, swung on and missed for strike 3. Another strikeout there for Mason Bright. That's the second out of the inning, and that will bring up catcher Gladish. The right fielder got on via an E6 earlier in the game. So now ready here again, Mason Bright versus catcher Gladish. The first pitch on the way, ground ball down the third baseline, but goes foul as the count now goes to 0-1. Mason so far on the day has gotten a good few strikeouts. I believe right now he is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the day so far, here through 3 2/3. So now he takes a look over at the runner at first base, taking him modestly as next pitch. And looks like a chopped, that was a broken bat on that one as he jammed him on the inside. And catcher Gladish fouls that one to the right. That'll bring the count now to 0-2, but he's going to have to go get a new piece of lumber. That one is as good as firewood now. So now with a new bat in hand, he is ready to go. 0-2 the count. Mason one strike away from getting out of another scoreless inning. The next pitch on the way, swung on and missed for strike 3. Another strikeout. Therefore, Mason Bright, there are no runs on one hit, no errors, and one man left on. We're heading to the fifth. Boulder leads it 1-0.
People who came out for us.
Top of the fifth inning here today, as now Boulder getting ready to take on here again against the Denver Generals. They now lead it 1-0 after the RBI single by Chase Hildy back in the fourth, and now Luke Blackman will lead things off. He also led off the third inning with a walk. He advanced on second base by a balk from Josh Doer as the first pitch now on the way is in the dirt, gets by the catcher and Wyckoff. Count now goes to 1-0. Official stat line for Josh Doer: 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, given out 2 walks and 3 strikeouts for the Generals. But now we have here Bushell as the next pitch on the way, is taken for a strike. Count now repeating at 1-1. That's Hayden Bushell on the mound here for the Generals, now in his second inning of work, taking on the righty in Blackman. Takes a look in, working from the stretch, even though nobody on. The next pitch on the way Tries the low outside corner, but doesn't get anything on it. As the count now goes to 2-1. Blackman, the left fielder in today's game here for the Collegians. Ready to go now here again. Nobody on, nobody out here in the top half of the fifth. Next pitch on the way is taken low and outside. Worked a very nice 3-1 count. This game was scoreless up until the fourth inning, where a single from one, Chase Hildy broke the scoreless tie. As the next pitch on the way is taken high for ball 4, and that is the second walk taken by Luke Blackman. So now for the make it the third inning in a row, the Collegians have led off the inning with a walk, showing off amazing plate discipline here at the dish. Now that's going to bring up the catcher in Brett Williams. Williams grounded out here to the third baseman Nordstrom his last time at the dish. But now Bushell having to work with a runner on. The first pitch on the way misses low. A good block there by Wyckoff as the count goes to 1-0. But right now, Williams with a chance to keep adding on to the damage here. We've seen good space there from Blackman. He's got good speed, He's getting a nice, tasteful lead over at first. See if let's do anything. Here's another pickoff over to first, but nothing doing as Bushell has to be a little bit careful. Josh Dorr, earlier in this game, Blackman was on at first base. There was a pickoff move that looked like it got him, except it was called a balk, and he was over to second base. So he's trying to avoid that same mistake. Takes off on the pitch. Next pitch taken. Fourth ball on the outside. Throws low. And that will be an easy stolen base for Luke Blackman, who now gets himself into scoring position with the count now being 2-0. So right now, we were just talking about Blackman's speed, and he decides to show it off a little bit there. Gets on now to second here, and a good favorable count here for the catcher, Williams. Now it's righty v. righty. The next pitch on the way, line right in the middle. That's going to go base hit over the diving glove of Wagner. Rounding third, but going to hold there is Blackman as the center fielder Perry fields it quickly and gets it in. Now there's runners at the corners as Williams logs his first hit on this season, and now the Collegians have runners on the corners with nobody out, and that's going to bring up the designated hitter in River Jackson. Jackson, his last time up, grounded out to the pitcher in Doer at the last time. Again, that was back in the third inning, the last inning of work for Doer. But now on at first is Williams, on at third is Blackman. Working from the set. Now the next batter, ground ball right over the glove of the first baseman in Schrum, and that's going to drive in a run, rounding second, heading for third. Now it's going to be Williams. The throw into third is not in time, and on the throw, River Jackson is going to advance to second base, and now your Collegians lead it by a score of 2-0. Smart base running there by River Jackson as he gets an RBI single and then takes second base on the play. Brett Williams will be now on at third, and that's going to bring up the top of the lineup in Hunter Hariyama. On the day so far, 0 for 2, a ground out and a strikeout. So now 2 runners on scoring position for the Collegians as the next pitch grounded into the right, about 2 feet, I would say, about in front of home plate. So that will be a ball to lead off the at-bat here for Hariyama. As now time is called, the catcher here in Chance Wyckoff having to adjust some of his leg guards. Also asks the home plate umpire here to clean off the dish. Right now, the Collegians have been dominating this inning, led off with a walk, then a couple of singles, and have made it now a 2-0 ball game. So now the pitcher in Bushell looks in, doesn't always give too much of a nod to the other runners, trying to focus on the hitter Hariyama as the next pitch is fouled off right behind home plate. And that will now make the count repeat at 1-1. Still no outs here on the top half of the fifth inning. A good showing here for the Collegians. As right now, they are working strong and working hard. Righty v. righty matchup here. Hariyama versus Bushell. Takes the look in. Bushell's Pitch now on the way. Ground ball up the middle. Going on the play is the runner at third, but the throw to first is in time to get Hariyama. But that is going to be a fielder's, not fielder's, that's still just going to be an RBI here for Hariyama. As on the play, call that one a 6-3. But on the play, Brett Williams will score. And on the play as well, Jackson will advance to third. So now it is Collegians 3 and the Generals nothing. And that'll now bring up Diego Castellanos, who was the first run of the ball game. First pitch taken for ball. Count goes to 1-0. Yet to get an official at bat in this game here. Has gotten 2 walks so far. The lefty facing off against the righty in Bichelle. So he's now set, ready again. The next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner, but misses. Count now goes to 2-0. And right now, the Collegians are really taking advantage of the fact that Michelle's been having a little bit of trouble with the strike zone. They're waiting for their pitch, and they're driving it, which is exactly what you need to be doing in this kind of moment, trying to keep adding on to this 3-0 lead. The next pitch fouls it off right behind home plate again, and that will now bring the count to 2-1. Diego Castellanos here, the left-handed hitter. Here he goes, 2 walks on the day, a stolen base as well, and a run scored. Out of Morgan Hill, California. Ready now. The next pitch on the way is taken low. Another ball, 3-1 the count. Zane Zanicola, the man on deck. A walk here would load up the base. Yeah, it would just bring runners back onto the corners. My mistake. Now we're ready here again. A bit of a close stance there for Castellanos. Next pitch, ground ball to the shortstop. That's Wagner. He's got it. Throws the first, and that's in time for the out. But on the play, River Jackson will score, and now it is a 4-0 ball game in favor of the Collegians, as they have been manufacturing runs left and right, and now there's nobody on here with 2 outs. That's going to bring the center fielder. It's Zane Zanicola. Zane on the day over to a strikeout, looking at a ground out. The first pitch on the way bounces in front of home plate and gets over the glove of Wyckoff and then over the head of the home plate umpire on that one. So make that still the same account of 1-0. Zane, the speedy outfielder here. Where's number 11? Here we go. The next pitch on the way. That one's taken for a strike on the off-speed pitch. 1-1 the count. The wind has been a big factor, like I said earlier. It has been blowing a lot in and also a good bit to the right today. As you may have even heard on our broadcast, a little bit of the wind sound. The next pitch on the way. It's taken for a ball as the count now goes to 2-1. But Zane Zanicola is taking, honestly, a really good advice now from the other hitters, saying that, hey, he's having a little trouble with the zone. Don't swing unless it's absolutely perfect. And he's been doing exactly that. Ready now, here again, the righty's pitch on the way. A high drive into deep center field. Going back is Perry, has a read on it, just shy of the warning track, and he's there for the third and final out, and that will end the inning. But 3 runs come across here for the Collegians as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Our score, 4-0 in favor of Boulder. Bottom half of the 5th inning here now, as Mason Bright here probably being A little bit more thankful for the offense here. Now he has 4 runs of support. Here in the bottom half of the 5th inning, score is 4-0. As leading off here for the Generals is the catcher, Chance Wyckoff. First pitch is a ground ball right to the second base, and Hildy ranges over, throws over to first in time. That's 1 pitch and 1 out, about as efficient as you can get. Here now in the 5th, that's going to bring up the top of the order here, the center fielder, Heath Perry. Heath Perry made the final out of last inning, a deep drive there from the center fielder, Zane Zinicola, but the wind definitely played a factor in that one, kept that one in the yard as the next pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1, and Perry caught that one just shy of the warning track, but the wind, you can see here the flags on it were practically ironed towards towards home plate as the next pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. So now again, Mason has been on fire, has sat down the last 3 in a row. Next one, ground ball right up the middle. Taking his shortstop, Hardy Young, throws the first in time, and another quick out here for Mason Bright and this Boulder Collegians defense. And now there's 2 outs here in the 5th, and that's going to bring up here the second baseman, Carson King. King on the day, 0 for 1, strikeout and a walk back in the 3rd. But Mason Bright, right now, going back, the last time that he gave up a hit was back in the 4th with a single as the next pitch taken for a ball. Again, goes to 1-0. You eliminate that single, and the last time that he even let someone on base was back in the 3rd to this man, Carson King, with a walk as the next pitch is fouled off right behind home plate. Fence wasn't here. That one would be right in my right hand. So now the count, again, evens up at 1-1. Strong swing there from the second baseman, King, even if it went the wrong direction. Miller's next pitch on the way, fouls it off again. As right now, Mason Bright is really pumping in the hard stuff there as we now have a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Here in the bottom half of the 5th inning, score 4-0 in favor of Boulder. So now ready. Mason's next pitch misses high, goes on the off-speed pitch. Now once again repeating count of 2-2. But as we see right here, the next batter up is the first baseman, and Brendan Strawn, the first baseman. The next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. 1-2-3. Go the Generals here in the bottom of the 5th. We now head to the 6th. Boulder leads it 4-0. Looks like we're having some substitutions here. As the pitcher?
Yeah,
2-6 is you said 2-6?
2-6.
Not see a 2-6 on their lineup. Oh, fun. No, I see. That is the former second baseman, Carson
I
Wright.
don't know. I've never done that.
Okay. Now who's the new second baseman? Is it 5?
Let's see.
It's Leo Wagner. Okay.
6.
6 is
New second.
okay. That's Kevin Kitteridge. So it looks like King is out. No, King is now the second. Now the pitcher. How does that work with the line?
6 is second base. 5 is shortstop.
Wait. No, okay. Yep, it's still the same. Top half of the 6th inning. here for Boulder. Here they lead it 4-0. New pitcher on the mound here. The former second baseman Carson King is now on the bump here for the Denver Generals as he gets ready. The next pitch on the way. Ground ball right back over to Carson King. He's there. Takes a quick throw over to first, and it's in time. 1 pitch and 1 out. Here getting out the second baseman at Chase Hildy. Day is officially done here for Hayden Buechele. Goes a couple innings, gives up 4 runs. Here right now is the difference in this game. So now that is going to bring up the third baseman in Isaac Sobieschek. That's the first pitch on the way. A check swing, but doesn't go. We'll see the appeal over to first. And base umpire says that he did not go, so the count goes to 1-0. So right now for Sobieschek, on the day, he's 1 for 1 with a single and reaching via hit by pitch as the next one goes the outside corner, check swing, but no appeal on that one as the count now goes to 2-0. So the day for Buechele is done. Carson King, the former second baseman, in, and now Cameron Kitteridge is man at second base, taking King's position as the next pitch is fouled off to the left side, bringing the count now to 2-1. Score is 4-0 here in favor of the Boulder Collegians as we are here in beautiful Denver Christian School here, the field here of the Thunder. All right, next pitch on the way. Taken outside again. A bit of an off-speed pitch there. Count out goes to 3-1. The Collegians have done some amazing work today when it comes to working at bats and getting some good free bases. Next pitch, ground ball, goes to diving efforts by both the third baseman and the shortstop. That is Wagner and Nordstrom, and neither could get it. So that is a single here for Sobieschek. Isaac now stands on at first with his second hit on the day. He's now 2 for 2 and has reached base in 3 straight times. So now that will bring up here the first baseman here in Derek Woolwine, who on the day is 0 for 2. Bit of a tragic one is at bat here in the 4th. Had a lot of runners on, and then it was a line out right to Wagner at short, who flipped it over to the second baseman at the time was King. He's now the pitcher to end the inning in a double play. Quick throw over to first base, but nothing to do it as Sobieschek gets back. But now King ready. The next pitch gets the called strike on that one. Count goes to 0-1. The first called strike here thrown now by King. So the runner on at first base is Sobieschek. Looks like he's getting a little bit of happy feet over there, but has good speed. The next pitch, a high drive into deep left center field. Going for it now is Perry. Has a read on it, is there, and he makes the catch. Here returning back over to first is Sobieschek. And now there's 2 outs here for the Collegians here in the top half of the 6th inning. Hit that one hard, but I think with the win on that one as well, it kind of took a little bit of the gusto out of it, and that turned it into a bit of a more easy fly ball there for the center fielder Perry, who's actually been pretty busy today. He's had a number of plays he's had to make. Now it's going to bring up the left fielder, and Luke Blackman has another throw over to first base. Sobieschek gets back. Blackman was it's not the first run of the game, but he was one of the more interesting ones, the second run of the day for the Collegians. We'll get to that why in just a moment. The next pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to now 0-1. His one was the leadoff of the big 5th inning here for the Collegians. He walked, stole second, got to third on a single from Williams, and then scored as 3 straight people got on base there for the Collegians. The next pitch taken for a strike on the curveball. So now the count goes to 0-2, and Carson King may have found a little bit more of his groove here as he's now thrown a good few strikes in the zone that have not even warranted a swing here from the Collegians lineup. Sobieschek, the man on at first. Here, Carson King, the man on the mound, facing off. Here against Luke Blackman, left field. The next pitch taken for a ball and a free stolen base there for one Mr. Isaac Sobieschek, as there was no throw there from Buechele. He had an amazing jump on that one as the catcher in Chase Wyckoff didn't have any bit of a throw and just kind of let it happen. So now 1-2 the count here on Blackman. with a runner on scoring position. The next pitch, taken for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So no runs on one hand, no errors, and one man left on. Heading now to the bottom of the 6th. It is 4-0 in favor of the Collegians.
The school just won another state championship this past week. They have a lot of men. New pitcher.
Is that?
Metro State kid, new pitcher. Oh, no.
You see it now, 23. Nolan Urshuleta. Stat line, though, for Mason. 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. Bottom half of the 6th inning here as the Denver Generals taking on the Boulder Collegians. A new pitcher on the mound for Boulder as Mason Bright's day is done. It is now Nolan Archuleta, man, on the bump here as he gets ready to face off against the first baseman in Brendan Schramm. The first pitch is a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Day is done for Mason. He had a heck of a ball game here. 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts as the next pitch taken for a ball. 2-0 the count. So now Nolan Archuleta out of Cameron University gets ready here. 2-0 the count. The next pitch on the way. Fouls that one off to the left side. That one actually goes into the bullpen of the Generals. Sending a message to his own team on that one, maybe. As the count now goes 2-1. But Schramm on the day 0-for-2. A ground down and a strikeout looking. So the next pitch fouled off again. And now the count even at 2-2. 4-0. The score here in favor of Boulder. As right now the Collegians have been putting together an offensive showcase today, mostly during that 5th inning, as the next pitch on the way is an off speed that misses outside, and the count now full at 3-2. But Nolan Archuleta, a right-handed pitcher out of Brighton. Ready now, the payoff on the way. Ground ball right over to the second baseman there. That's Hildes. He throws the first in time for an easy 4-3 putout. And now Schramm on the day is 0-for-3 here, the bottom half of the 6th inning. And that'll now bring up the designated hitter in Brooks Gehrig, who on the day here 0-for-2 with a unassisted play here over to the first baseman, Woolwine, and then a strikeout to end the 3rd. As the next pitch swung on and missed, blew that fastball right by him as the count goes to 0-1. As the wind's still blowing strong here, blowing right at home plate. As the next on the way, a line drive down the first base line. Just goes foul. Bit of a lucky break there for the Collegians here as the count now goes to 0-2. Hit that one on the button. But a late call there by the base umpire over there gives maybe a little bit of hope to Denver, but nothing doing it as it's a foul ball. Right now, the next pitch on the way. Another ground ball, weakly hit to the third baseman over there. He throws it over to first. And Sobieschek, the throw goes off the rails, goes off, and that is going to be an E5 there on Isaac Sobieschek. So now Brooks Garrett gets onto first base. He had him beat, but the throw was just offline. And now that's going to keep it to 1 out, but now 1 man on. In fact, actually, that is the first base runner on since the 4th inning with a single from Sam Wenderholt. So now that's going to bring up the third baseman and Trevor Nordstrom. The first pitch on the way, tries the outside corner and misses as the count goes to 1-0. Right now, both teams, I should say, not just the Collegians, both teams have been trying to find the strike zone here of the home plate umpire, and he's been a little bit stingy at times here, but it just means you have to work more on your control as the next pitch swung on and missed. Had a high fastball there and just blows it right by him. As the count now again at 1-1. Both pitchers have been trying to find, especially that outside corner. Really, the only one who's actually had a whole lot of success with it was Mason Bright. As the next pitch tries the inside corner, but does not get the call as the count goes to 2-1. And that's one of the reasons why Mason went 5 innings in this game with 6 strikeouts and only 1 walk. Ready now, the next pitch on the way, a high over-the-shoulder delivery, but misses the zone as the count now 3-1. Nolan Archuleta here has a bit of an interesting pitching style. If you're watching what he's doing, he can slow down the motion of his. He can also really quicken it up. As the next pitch, ground ball right in between first and second base. That's going to go for a base hit. Fielding it is the right fielder, Castellanos. Throws it in and throw back to first base. And it goes offline by the shortstop in Hariyama. No runners would advance, so no error on the play. But that is going to be a single here for Trevor Nordstrom as Brooks Garrett gets over to first base. And now the Denver Generals have a runner on in scoring position for the first time since the 3rd inning where they had the bases loaded. And now that's going to bring up the left fielder in Sam Wenderholt. As Sam on the day does have one of the hits for the Generals. He is 1 for 2 with a single back in the 4th. Next pitch misses inside and low as the counter goes to 1-0. With Nolan Archuleta, it's a very almost like a cricket style, looks like, with that over the shoulder pitching motion of his. It's very effective though. It gets a lot of velocity on it. Right now, the next pitch on the way, misses inside, maybe misses the knee of Wenderholt by maybe just a couple of inches as the count now goes to 2-1. And now we have a pitching conference here as the catcher Williams going to go talk to his hurler just a little bit, trying to just get him on here. As it looks like here, get him back in the right headspace, but doesn't last for that long overall. So the home plate umpire has to go and say, everything okay? And like, yep, we're all good to go right here. Runners on first and second base. Brooks Garrett on at second. Nordstrom on at first. As Archuleta, the next pitch on the way, a ground ball, but just goes foul down the third base line. So now the count goes to 2-1. Boulder leading it 4-0 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Remember, these are just 7-inning games. So time is running out here on Denver. As right now here again, we see Archuleta takes a look at the runners and the high over the shoulder pitch misses the fastball just a little bit on the outside as the count goes to 3-1. First inning of work has gotten himself into a little bit of a jam here, but still does have 1 out. Got the out on Brandon Schramm to start off the inning. As next pitch, check swing. Here as a peel down to second base, says he did not go, so that'll be a walk to Sam Wenderholt. And now the bases are loaded as Brooks Garrett goes to third. Trevor Nordstrom over to second base. And Sam Wenderholt stands on at first for Leo Wagner, who is 0 for 2. On the day, only 1 out here in the 6th. For next pitch, a swung on and missed. A big cut there by Leo Wagner, trying to hit a grand slam on that one. Doesn't quite connect. Count goes 0-1. Right now, Boulder leads at 4-0, but the Generals are threatening. So the next pitch on the way, goes to the inside corner on the slider. Doesn't quite get it. The count now at 1-1. Leo Wagner, the shortstop here for the Denver Generals. Bases are full of Generals here as the next pitch on the way misses high and outside. And Archuleta is like, what do I have to do to buy a strike here at this point? It's the count now 2-1. As Archuleta is set, maybe just trying to go for a fastball, trying to find what he can get at the strike zone. And there he gets the call on a fastball as the count now levels at 2-2. Bases full of Generals here. Gehrig at third, Nordstrom at second, Wetterhold at first. With Leo Wagner, the man at the dish, as the next pitch tries the high outside corner, and now the count is absolutely full. Cannot afford a mistake here. Archuleta here, a big situation here for the Collegians. Next pitch on the way, fouls it off, and we'll try it once more. So right now, that was a good pitch by Archuleta, but a really good foul off there by Wagner, trying to keep himself alive here. And good on Archuleta for giving him his absolute best stuff here. And now he's set. No look at the runners. The next pitch on the way, swung on and missed for strike three. A big strikeout there to Leo Wagner, his second strikeout on the day. And now that brings up catcher Gladish here with 2 outs and the bases loaded here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And that is a big strikeout for him. It gets rid of the sacrifice fly and any other kind of plays like that as the next pitch on the way fouls it back right behind home plate as the count goes to 0-1. Gladish on the day is 0 for 2. He did get on base to lead off the third, but that was via an E6. Doesn't count, though, as a hit in our books. So now, again, the bases are absolutely packed as next pitch, a ground ball right to the shortstop. Hariam, he's got to throw it at first in time for the out, and Archuleta gets out of it, gets the bases loaded, and then makes sure that there's still a goose egg in the scoreboard. We're heading to the final frame of action, 7th inning, as the Boulder Collegians lead it 4-0. Final inning here, the 7th here, as now Carson King gets ready to toe the rubber here for the Generals and for the Collegians. Leading off will be the catcher in Brett Williams, number 18 on his back. Is 1 for 2 on the day with a single and a run scored back in the 5th. First pitch on the way, tries the outside corner, but nothing on that one as the count goes to 1-0. Right now, Boulder leads it 4-0 as we are in the final frame of action. Carson King, former second baseman, now pitcher. Next pitch, swung on and missed. Was expected the fastball, got the off speed. Now it's 1-1. But a beautiful day here in Lakewood. Next pitch is driven into deep left center field. Going back for it is Perry, but it's the left fielder Waderholt who is there, and he makes the catch. An F7 in the books, but that one was hit with a lot of force. And again, we're seeing the effects of the wind coming into today's game, as that one was basically pushed right back towards home. Both the center fielder Perry and Waderholt didn't quite know where that one was going before finally Waderholt was able to get to it. And now that's going to bring up the DH in River Jackson as the first pitch is taken first strike, gets the outside corner on that one. Count goes to 0-1. River Jackson with a single, a run scored, and an RBI, all coming in the fifth inning. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Next pitch on the way, shows bunt, but pulls it back. And the count now goes to 1-1. I think that's the first time today we've seen a bunt attempt, or even a fake bunt, anything like that. We have not seen anyone even show bunt in today's game. But with a 4-0 lead, hey, anything can happen. Next pitch on the way, ground ball right to the shortstop. That's Wagner, has a little trouble with it, gets it, throws it to first in time for the out, saves the error. And now there are 2 outs here for the Collegians here in the top half of the 7th. And that's going to bring up the top of the order here, the shortstop in Hunter Hariyama. So now on the day for Hariyama is 0 for 3, a couple of ground outs, a strikeout, but does have a RBI. Shows bunt again. The next pitch is taken for a strike on the off-speed pitch. And right now, Carson King has really found the strike zone here from the home plate umpire. So now 0-1 the count here, ready the wind up and the delivery. A high drive to right, but hooking foul as the count now will go to 0-2. And right now, Carson King 1 strike away from a 1-2-3 inning. So here we go once again. Ready the next pitch, a ground ball as the pitcher, Carson King dives for it, gets it, throws to first in time for the out. What a play by Carson King, the pitcher for the Denver Generals, as he gets the play on that. Call that a star 1-3 to end the inning. The last chance here for the Generals as the Collegians lead at a score of 4-0. Last chance here for the Denver Generals as we go here to the bottom half of the 7th inning. The Boulder Collegians leading by a score of 4-0. Hello, everyone. Here, Alex Clark here on today's broadcast for you. 4-0 the ball game. Here as Nolan Archuleta, the first pitch, take it first strike here to the catcher and Chance Wyckoff. Count goes to 0-1. Wyckoff on the day 0 for 2. So now here we go again. Archuleta with that high release fouls off the next pitch. I should say Wyckoff fouls off the pitch. The count goes to 0-2. But right now we've been seeing Nolan Archuleta here, second now inning of work, but he has been absolutely on fire. Right on his last, when he came into the 6th inning, I should say, had a little bit of trouble, got the bases loaded with 1 out, but then sat them down 1-2. To get out of the inning with no run scores. Next pitch taken for strike 3, a 3-pitch strikeout there against Chase Wyckoff. And now the Generals are down to their last 2 outs. And that'll bring up the top of the order here in Heath Perry. Right now, Heath Perry on the day is 2 for 3, a couple of singles to his name as well as a ground out as Archuleta's next pitch on the way is taken for a strike, gets the top part of the zone as the count goes to 0-1. But right now, Nolan Archuleta has really been making it work here now. So let's start figuring it out right after the at-bat to Sam Waderholt as the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. Since then, he has sat down the last 3 in a row. The next pitch on the way, tries the top part of the zone, doesn't quite get it though. The count goes to 2-1. Right now, Archuleta working from the set. Here looks and delivers. Fouls that one behind home plate as that one will leave the stadium, and that now brings the count even at 2-2. Hopefully no cars were in the parking lot right about there. Don't want to see no damage over there. Right now, 1 strike away from getting the second out. Here of the bottom of the 7th inning. Next pitch on the way from Archuleta. Misses on the outside, and now we've got another full count. So ready again. Here we go. The next pitch on the way. Ground ball right to the first baseman. There, that's Woolwine. He takes it to the bag himself for the second out. And now the Generals are down to their final out. As that'll bring up here the pitcher / second base. He started the game at second base. And Carson King. As King sat down the Collegians. 1-2-3 in the last inning. Next pitch on the way from Archuleta. Tries the off-speed pitch and completely freezes King there as the count goes to 0-1. Finds the strike zone there. As Archuleta ready and willing. Next pitch on the way. Fouls that one off. That one was hit a ton. Just a little too far to the right side. Now it keeps the count now to 0-2 and last strike here for the Generals. The Collegians 1 strike away from winning this ball game 4-0. Next pitch fouls it off again. Bit of a check swing there, but gets it off the end of the bat, and we'll try it again. But Nolan Archuleta, ever since that walk here to Sam Waderholt back in the 6th, he has been lights out. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and that is your ball game as the Boulder Collegians start out this season 1-0 after a 4-0 victory against the Denver Generals here. A big victory here for the Collegians, but they're not done yet today. No. These games are double headers, so we will have another game for you in a little bit. We're going to take a moment to to get the totals ready for you. Here we are, a final score here today for the first game between the Denver Generals and the Boulder Collegians. The score 4-0 in favor of Boulder.
Good job, Jim.
Yeah, he's played.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to get Mason and Isaac for the offense. And but do you have any, a lavalier or anything like that? No. Yeah, you weren't supposed to. But,
Yeah, no.
But I'm thinking, I'm out there. I'm just going to get close to him.
I mean, we could also
Oh, where it's quiet.
yeah, we could have we could move the laptop. Just be right here. Does that work for you?
What do you mean? Just sit down here?
Yeah, sit down here. Or just stand here. Does that work? Would you rather be down there?
Yeah,
It
I
would
just wanna
be
wonder.
the second pitch.
I'm going to keep it casual because it's just
Yeah.
Thanks for
All right, hello there. Here for the post-game show, I am Alex. Here, just want to give a little bit of a go on the happy totals here for this first ball game, the first of two between the Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals. Boulder wins the game, a final score of 4-0 here. 4 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. Errors where Denver had no runs, 4 hits, and no errors here. Really, there are a few stars of the game here for Boulder. The first and foremost, though, has to be a starting pitcher in a Mason Bright. Mason, 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, but 6 punch-outs. And then on top, talk about Nolan Archuleta, who went 2 innings and looked like he was going to have a bit of a trouble there, but instead actually gets a pretty nice go-through after getting the bases loaded with only 1 out. He is able to work out of the jam and then does a perfect 1-2-3 inning to close out the game. Here, so technically give that a save for Nolan Archuleta as well. Winning pitcher today is Mason Bright. Losing pitcher today is Hayden Bichelle here. But a lot of offense in this game here for Boulder, but mostly all of it coming in the 5th inning here, where they led off with walk, single, and then got a couple of RBIs here off of groundouts here. And then River Jackson was really the only hit of this game that took in a RBI, except for, I guess, also the single from Jace Hildy back in the 4th inning was a hit that drove in an RBI. But regardless, still turned in 4 runs. 4-0 is the final score here. And right now, again, you saw good defense all the way throughout. You saw great offense, and the pitching was absolutely phenomenal here for the Collegians here. We have another game coming for you in about 30 minutes here. Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Join us back here. We'll keep the stream live, but join us back here about 6:30, where we will get ready for Game 2 between the Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals.
did a good job. They just did it at home. So within the week, he had the other one.
Okay. Color bars.
I was about to say we got color bars.
That's different.
Back in '85, when I was in, backpacking through Europe, I got one myself. Some girls did it in Barcelona for me, but I took it out before I got home. So I just traveled around, walked around in Europe. But, fucking that never understood.
So we're getting closer, I think. Still don't have the collegians line up.
But it looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Is it in there now?
No, I'm talking about Hayden's tattoo.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
Of course, you're saying.
He's
Cool.
got,
My earring
he
or
has one. Yeah, I'll bet you look good. He has one here. It says Tony, and he has one here that says Jennifer.
oh, okay. See, that's how he gets away with it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's how my daughter too. She first year of college, she goes away, and going into even in high school, she wanted a tattoo. We were like, no tattoo. I was like, she's in college, and wham, first semester, she comes back, and she's got a turtle right here, and she knows my wife likes turtles. So her thing was, I did it for mom.
I gotta go and get one.
Apparently, my
Yeah, we
dad.
can go get that. Let's go get that.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Like,
Yeah.
all
We
right.
got the generals, right?
Well, I got the generals, yeah. Okay, well, we are got a little bit of progress, I think.
The storm.
Okay, well, we're gonna. Well, they're starting a lot earlier than I was intending for.
Here we go.
Thank you kindly. All right, they're starting a lot earlier than I was expecting. I don't have anything ready yet, so fun times. All right.
That's our lineup.
Yes, this is
Can I take a
ours.
picture of it?
Yes, go for it. Oh. All right, well, we're going back to the other camera then,
Okay.
unfortunately, but we have headway now.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good stuff.
You guys hold me down for it?
Attempting to.
They're doing a great job.
They are. You're not. You're just taking up space.
Fucking up there. Over the amount of fans we've got here, apparently we have more Colorado kids on the team.
There are a lot of Colorado kids. And well, a lot of them, I was going to say, it's not closer for all of these kids.
Could you please do me a favor and bring up the feed real quick?
Yeah.
I'm trying to adjust the
You're the new.
new broadcaster.
Hi, I'm Karen.
Karen, Alex, pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Apologize for not meeting on when things were going a little bit better, but that's okay. Of course, it's
Welcome to.
You want a different game too?
nothing on the screen. All right, we're here again. The second game of the doubleheader here, as leading off here for the. There we go. Let's see. Yep. Let me move this a little bit more. Apologize for that slight delay here. We're still trying to get a few things all figured out here, but we're back now for the second game of the doubleheader between your Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals. As right now, here we go. The next pitch on the way. Misses for a ball. Count goes to 3-1. Now on Jackson. Jackson right now, the center fielder for this game. As he is he is facing off here against Mason Ogard. And the next pitch on the way misses for ball 4, and that is a leadoff walk to Jackson here, and he gets things started here in the top half of the first inning. And that is now going to bring up Hirayama. In the last game here for Hunter Hirayama, he was 0 for 4 with an RBI, though. Did get an RBI in that big 5th inning for Boulder. Going against Odegaard. Right now, lefty on the mound, righty hitting. The next pitch on the way is a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Runner on at first base is River Jackson, who was the DH in last game as the center fielder in today's game. Lefty, Odegaard on the mound. Next pitch, taken for a ball, throw down to second base, trying to catch a stealing runner, and he is safe. Marked safe on that one is Jackson as he gets over to second base here, and the count now is 0-2. So right now, the Collegians are getting a good start here in the top half of the first inning. It looks like here the count actually wanted one ball. The last pitch was called a ball. So here we go. Next pitch on the way. Shows bunt, pull it back. Ball's in the dirt, but a good block there by the new catcher for this game here, and Kenan Perry, who was out in center field in the last game. So now the count again, 2-1 here on Hariyama. Ready to go. The next on the way. Misses outside. Count now 2-2.
Please try again.
3-1, excuse me. Yep, that one was taken for a ball. Yep. 3-1. Thank you very much for the save on that one. Here we go. Look around at the runner. The next pitch on the way from Odegaard. Misses high for ball 4 and 2 straight walks given up here by the Generals. And now the Collegians have 2 runners on with nobody out. And now that is going to bring up here the former center fielder, now left fielder, in Zane Zenicola. And it looks like right now the new catcher here in for the Generals and Perry is calling out some, maybe trying to orchestrate a play here. As now Zenicola, the first pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Count now goes 0-1. On at second base is Jackson. Hirayama on at first. As right now, Odegaard gets the set, takes a look around. He deals. It's in the dirt. Another good block there by Perry, and the count now 1-1. So once again here, lefty v. lefty. Here is Zenicola versus Odegaard. Takes a look around at the runners on at first and second. The next pitch, hit and run, but it looks like here, just on the play, the runner on second base, Jackson, tries to go to second base, but the ball is fouled off here. Just barely. Looks like it was more of a check swing than anything, but still gets a bit of the bat there. So now the count goes to 1-2, and Hirayama has to go back to second base. So that's Jackson on at second base, not Hirayama. There we go. As Jackson on at second, Hirayama on at first. He was not going on the last play. Next on the way, misses high. As the count now level at 2-2. No score. No outs here in the top half of the first inning. Here's second game of a doubleheader. The Collegians won game one of it, a score of 4-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled. Oh, no, they're going to say he did not get a piece of it. So that is strike 3 on Zane Zinicola. And now that is going to bring on the next hitter. Here, this one was one of the offensive MVPs from last game, and Isaac Sobieschek. Sobieschek in the last game, 2 for 2. 2 singles, a stolen base, and a hit by pitch. Now has the right-lefty advantage here against the lefty as the next pitch on the way is fouled off. Count goes to 0-1. So right now, again, runner on at first base is Hirayama. Jackson on at second. Man, Mason Odegaard. Then on the bump, the lefty. The next pitch on the way. Taking for a strike, and the ball goes out of the catcher's hand. And is there potential that this is an umpire interference or something along the lines of something's being talked about here?
He's in the batter's box.
And we're trying to see maybe there's a level of interference. It doesn't look like it, as looks like the double steal is going to be effective. Looks like it was supposed to be a hit and run here, but instead the ball was just way too far out. Then the catcher, Cannon Perry, just lost control of it. So call that a double steal. Jackson now on at third, and Hirayama now on at second. 2 runners now on in scoring position here for Sobieschek. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed for strike 3. And that is a second straight strikeout here now by Mason Odegaard. And that is going to bring up the next hitter back at second base here. That is going to be the one and only Chase Hildy. As Hildy comes out with 2 runners on scoring position, a single basically anywhere will drive in 2 runs here, but it's coming up to he's a right-handed hitter against Odegaard, the lefty pitcher. Next on the way, a check swing, but it's going to call that he went by the new home plate umpires. The count now goes to 0-1. No, this is going to be 2 outs. No scores in yet. Top half of the first inning. As now, right here we go. Odegaard's delivery. An off speed that catches the top part of the zone. Count now 0-2. And right now, after a disastrous start for the Generals, they're 1 strike away from getting out of it here. But Hildy, if he has anything to say about it, going to try to put a little dent in the scoreboard. Next pitch on the way. Misses low. Good block by Perry. So now the count is 1-2. And at this point right now, with the speed that you have on base, they just executed a pretty nice double steal. You know, again, a hit really anywhere is going to bring in a couple of runs and get the scoring started. Next pitch on the way, fouls it off behind home plate, but barely keeps it in the yard. Keeps the score right where it's at, 1-2. A beautiful day here in Lakewood. Here, but the wind's still just like it was during the last game. Basically, the flags are ironed out towards home plate. The next pitch on the way. Ground ball taken by the third baseman, but it just goes foul. So guess what? We'll try it once again here at 1-2. And a big fight here for one Mr. Chase Hildy, as he is just trying to get any level of leverage here in this at bat here, trying to find something in the zone and trying to deliver with it. Here we go. We're ready. You can see the wind on the jersey of the pitcher. The next pitch on the way in the dirt. Another block there by Perry. As really, it's the top half of the first inning, and I see he's already got some bruises on him from some of these blocks he's having to make. But the count now goes 2-2, so good fight there by Hildy. Jackson on at third, Hirayama on at second. As right now, Odegaard gets ready, the look, the fire. Misses high, and now Hildy has worked himself into a full count. Batter on deck. Here is going to be the first baseman here in one Derek Woolwine. See if we get to him. Here we go. Full count, payoff pitch. Ground ball right to the third baseman. He's got it. Throws to first. And a diving attempt, but not enough as Hildy is thrown out 5-3, and that will end the inning. So no runs on, no hits, no errors, but 2 men left on. We head to the bottom half of the first inning. It is Collegians none, and the Generals coming up.
I like New Orleans, but I think we get busy.
I'm too old to enjoy this. She's in the, that's not there.
Yeah.
Bottom half of the first inning here today from Denver Christian School as we get ready here between the Denver Collegians and, the Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals. Leading off here for the Generals is going to be a guy we did not see in the first game. Here, that is Alex Ainsworth, the right fielder. Here for Denver on the bump. Here for Boulder is going to be number 6, Zach White. Did not see him in the last game. We'll see what he's able to do. Righty v righty matchup here as the first pitch on the way. He's taken for a strike. Excuse me, you're taking for a ball. My apology. It was a little bit low. Looked a little good from here, though. Home plate umpire disagrees. Next on the way. This is low again. Tried the same place. Gets the same call. Defense here for the Collegians. We have Lukasevich over at third base. Hirayama at second. Hildy, on at second as the next pitch is a strike. Count goes to 2-1. And Derek Woolrine over at first. Zinicola in left, Jackson in center, and Middleman is over in right. Ready now, the 2-1 on the way. Taken first strike. Hits the outside corner. 2-2. Now the count on Ainsworth. Another righty here for the Collegians. Here, the third righty we have now seen from them as the next on the way. Ground ball up the middle. Hirion ranges over, gets it. Double clutch throws to first, and that's in time for an easy 6-3 put out to start out the bottom half of the first inning. And that'll now bring up the catcher in Cannon Perry, who is in center field during game one, is the catcher for this game. During the last game here, that's actually a different, my apologies here. This is a different Perry. They have 2 Perrys on the team. This is Cannon Perry. Last game was Heath Perry. Right now, the next on the way is taken for a strike. It's the bottom part of the zone as the count goes to 0-1. Nobody on. 1 out. Here, bottom half of the first inning. No score here in Lakewood as the next pitch on the way. Ground ball over to third baseman Lukasevich. Throws over to first in time. A good stretcher by Woolwine. And now that is a 5-3 putout and 2 straight batters taken by Zach White. He is working fast and quick right now. 2 quick outs is now that's going to bring in the designated hitter in Cruz Zamiodio. So Cruz, we did not see in the first game as a designated hitter here in game 2, batting in the 3-hole. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. A big swing there by Cruz. The count goes to 0-1. Wind really picking up here at Denver Christian School as the next pitch on the way. It looks like that one may have been fouled off, but by the umpire rules a strike. Doesn't matter, strike all the way, all the same. But now 0-2 is the count. As we get ready here once again, the wind blowing in directly to home plate. On the way to Aussie pitch looked like a curveball, but spoils it there as the count stays at 0-2. One strike away from setting down the Generals 1-2-3. Here in the last game here, Denver did have one hit in the inning. It was a leadoff single. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. A 1-2-3 inning for the Collegians as we head now to the second. No score. Derek Woolrine ready to lead things off here for the Collegians here in the top half of the second inning. No score. Hello, everyone. Alex Clark here bringing you today's action from Denver Christian School here. As right now, Mason Odegaard ready, lefty. The first pitch is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Woolrine, the first baseman in the first game and in this game, is now ready to go here. Lefty matchup next on the way. A ground ball hit over to the second baseman, but bobbles and he can't quite come up with it. That one was Jerry Richardson. Excuse me. And it looks like that is going to be an E4. Unable to get that one easily picked up here. So not a base hit there for Woolrine, but now that's going to bring up someone else we also didn't see in the first game, and Christian Middleman. As right now, the first pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. For Middleman, out of Bradley University in Westminster, Colorado hometown. Is the right fielder in today's game. The next pitch on the way. Take it for a strike as that one hits the outside corner. Count now quickly 0-2 here on Middleman. Man on deck afterwards is also another player we did not see in the first game. That is going to be Brunetti. As right now, Odegaard takes a set, looks, and fires. Take it for strike 3. Gets the bottom part of the zone. That is a strikeout looking to Christian Middleman. And now that is going to bring up Mike Brunetti out of Bradley University out of New York as he gets his first chance to work today. He is the backstop today for the Collegians. Right here, the first pitch taken outside for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. As right now, we can already see Odegaard really trying to work the outside part of the zone. Wasn't working too well in the first game, but new umpire, new zone. Here we go. Ready now, the next on the way. Taken outside, same location, same result. As now, Brunetti is quickly ahead 2-0. As Brunetti sets in, now ready. Odegaard looks at first the delivery. Tries high, but gets nothing. Count now quickly 3-0 with the pitcher White, the man on deck, so opting for no designated hitter in this game. As the next pitch on the way in the dirt for ball 4-pitch walk to Mike Brunetti. Here, as now that is going to bring up number 27 here. And, excuse me here. Yep, number 27, that's Steven Lukasevich. As for Lukasevich here, yep, there we go. I see it now. My apologies. Yep, he's batting ninth over at third base. He comes out here with nobody out, runners on at first and second. As now Odegaard looks around here, doesn't have anyone. Actually, has one out here. And the second next pitch is ground ball right to third. This could be two. Throws to second for one, but the ball is dropped on the transfer, so the runner is out on that play. That one was Mike Brunetti. Mike Brunetti is thrown out, but Lukasevich is on at first base with a fielder's choice, and that's going to bring up Jackson back to the start of the lineup. Derek Woolwine is now on at first with 2 outs here in the second. And now we've gone one way through the lineup, as that will come all the way back here to River Jackson. River Jackson batting ninth in the first game. Bats leadoff in this one in center field. Right now, the next pitch on the way. Deep drive into center field. Going for it now is the center fielder, but no, it's going to drop in the dead man zone here in short center field, as we had everyone colliding on that one. Thankfully, no one hurt, no actual collisions, but that one's going to fall in for a base hit on the play. Woolwine will score. That is an unearned run, though, on Odegaard, as he got on via the error, and Lukasevich will make his way all the way to third base. That, I think we call that as a single, as that one, no real one person that was in problems with. So now River Jackson stands on at first, and he's going to take off on the first pitch. Taken for a ball is the pitch to Hirayama, but on it, River Jackson wastes absolutely no time getting on over to second base. His third stolen base of the game. He is very, very fast and proving it today as the next pitch misses low and inside as the count goes to 2-0. And now Hunter Hirayama. As right now, Hirayama's last time up got on via the walk. Next pitch on the way, a high pop-up into shallow right field, calling everyone off as the second baseman. He is there, and he makes the catch. That's Richardson, and that will do it. But one run does come in for the Collegians as they break the scoreless tie. We head to the bottom of the second. It's Collegians 1 and the Generals nothing. Jack McCann gets ready to lead things off here for the Generals in the bottom half of the second inning. Zach White on the bump. The first pitch, an off-speed, misses outside. McCann thought about offering at it, but was able to hold off. Count goes to 1-0. Collegians got their first run on the board here in the top half of the second inning. It was unearned. As the next pitch taken for a strike. 1-1 the count here on the third baseman in Jack McCann. So again, now White in his second inning of work. The next pitch, ground ball up the middle. As Ariyama gets it, throws over to first, and it's in time for the out. 4 straight. Sat down by Zach White as he is on an early roll, looking comfortable. As now that's going to bring up the first baseman in Brooks Gehrig. Brooks Gehrig was in the last game here. He was the designated hitter and went 0 for 3, a strikeout, a ground out, as well as reaching via an error. As the first pitch on the way to Gehrig is taken for a strike on the off speed. Down goes to 0-1. But right now, Zach White has just been looking phenomenal. He's got the fastball working. He's got the breaking stuff working. As the next pitch, talk about the breaking stuff working well. There's a strike on the off-speed pitch. Count quickly 0-2. Brooks Gehrig, a big opposing right-handed hitter. Looks like he can drive this ball out of the ballpark with little effort. As the next pitch is taken for ball, count goes to 1-2. It's going to take a lot of effort to get out of the ballpark today with the wind heavily pressing in towards home and the high fences in left and right. I mean, you have to either go to right center, left center, or dead center as the next pitch. Chopped off there as that's going to go right to the second baseman, Hildy, as he's there and he makes the play. An easy 4-3 ground out, 5 in a row. Retired by White. And that is now going to bring out the center fielder in Hayden Carbone. Carbone did not appear in the first game of the doubleheader, but is available here in this game over in center field. As White looking as comfortable as ever. Next pitch. It's taken for a strike. The count goes to 0-1. Right now, 5 straight sat down by White. 4 of them via ground out, 1 via the punch out. Next on the way. Tries that low corner, but doesn't quite get it. As now the count levels it out at 1-1. White working from the stretch, even with nobody on. Here seems to be a good preference of his as the next on the way. Goes on the curve, but misses a little bit low. Good block there by the catcher, Brunetti. As that will now bring the count to 2-1. Infielders looking relaxed here. Beautiful day here in Lakewood. As next on the way. Hits the fastball, gets that high outside corner. So try to work on that now. Is 1 strike away from his second consecutive 1-2-3 inning. Let's see if he ends it the same way he did the first one, aka via the punch out. The 0-2. And he does exactly that. Strike 3 swinging. That is 6 in a row. Sat down by White. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Heading to the third. It is Boulder leading it 1-0. Jamie. That's why. Okay. That's why I've been thinking.
That's J-A-I. It's either an N, or that's either N or.
I'm going to go Jamie.
Okay. Yeah.
Good person. Top half of the third. Now ready as Boulder leads it 1-0. And leading off here will be Zane Zinicola is out in left field. Was in center field in the first game. Faces off against Mason Odegaard. Now in his third inning of work. First pitch on the way. Off speed. Thought about offering, but thinks better of it as the count now goes to 1-0. Nicola, a strikeout swinging back in the first. As right now it's lefty-lefty, not a favorable matchup for the hitter, but we'll see if he can do something. And he might, a big drive to right, but that one's going to hook foul. Really got into that one. As well as we're looking back at the first game, Zane had a big hit back in the first. It ended up just being a flyout. But that was the hardest hit ball we had seen of the game, as that one, even with the wind heavy blowing in, got to the just shy of the warning track. Next pitch on the way. Another one hits into center field, going for it. Now is in between the left and center fielder, as it's going to be the left fielder and Boyce that is there, and he makes the catch here. But again, we're seeing Zane hitting with some really strong power, even if it's not resulting in a hit. So now that is going to bring it up back to Sobieschek, who struck out back in the first inning. Sobieschek here is the designated hitter for this one, as the first pitch is a foul ball, it looks like they said. Yep, they're going to call that one a foul ball, so the count will go to 1-1. It's going to be marked as an F7 for Zane in that last at-bat, but I tell you, it deserves more. The next pitch goes to the outside corner, doesn't quite hit it. That levels up the count now in 1-1. So here we go. Now ready, next on the way. High drive in a deep left center field. We might have something here. Going for it in between the outfielders. They are there. They're on each other. And did they get the catch? No, they did not. Here, that was right in between Carbone and Bruce. Looks like he hit the wall first. I guess the wind caught that one, I guess. But, man, that one looks like that was going to be a home run. But, again, the wind just takes away that one. But that's still going to be a double here for Isaac Sobieschek, who is showing off even more, especially after the first game, where he was the offensive MVP on the team, getting 2 singles, a stolen base, and a hit by pitch, going 2 for 2. So now that's going to bring up the second baseman in Chase Hildy. Chase on the day, over 1, ended out the first inning with a ground out to the third baseman. As the next pitch swung on and missed, count goes to 0-1. Ground to McCann over at third. So now again, runner on second base with only 1 out here for Boulder, as the next pitch fouls that one off, as he had a big swing on it. But the count now goes to 0-2. Sobieschek now on at second. But Chase Hildy, who again in the last game did get an RBI single back in the 4th inning, was the first RBI of that game and of the young season. His next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. And that is the second out here of the third. Again, score 1-0 in favor of Boulder. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Derek Woolwine. Lefty against lefty here, as Mason Odegaard here is starting to get into a bit of a rhythm, but has been giving us some hard contact. Next pitch is in the dirt. A good block there by Perry. And the count now goes to 1-0. We've been seeing a lot of interesting defense in this game. The wind has been really playing a factor for both teams here, messing with a bit of the defense. And on top of it, even the catcher's having to worry about it just a little bit. The next pitch on the way, a high drive into shallow left center field. Going for it is a shortstop. He's there, and he makes the catch. The shortstop in this case being Kitteridge, as that will end the inning. No runs on 1 hit, no outs, no errors, and 1 man left on. Heading to the bottom of the third. It is 1-0 in favor of Boulder.
So if you want giving information on Katie Columbia, a youth pitcher who.
For the website, like the.
Yeah, so if you do on the website or anything, however you
Do you have that information like in a Word doc?
Yeah, I sent it over. The one I sent over to you, it wasn't PDF.
Okay. Oh, good. So I can copy and paste it out because if I want to put it in a different sort of format or layout.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I did that one just.
Bottom half of the third inning now. As we get ready here, is Zach White still on the bump? 6 up and 6 down. Face out the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike here against the shortstop, who ended off the top half of the third inning in Cameron Kitteridge. Kitteridge is again a right-handed hitter. Next pitch on the way from White. High drive to right, but hooks fell. Count now quickly 0-2 here on Kitteridge. White has been absolutely on fire so far as we're here in the bottom half of the third inning. Boulder leading it 1-0. White looks in, gets a sign, delivers. Misses a little bit low and outside, try to get him a chase, but Kitteridge held back on it. So right now here in this game, Boulder won game 1 4-0. They have now outscored Denver 5-0 so far over the course of the 2 games. There's still plenty of game here left in the second of the doubleheader. Right now, the early advantage goes to Boulder. As the next on the way, swung on and missed. Strike 3, as that one was way high. Kitteridge tried to tomahawk it, couldn't quite get a piece of it. And that is 2 straight strikeouts for Zach White. And we'll bring up the second baseman in Jamie Richardson. Richardson over on at second base has been busy defensively, gotten a couple good plays to his way, including a big fly out to end the second inning. As the next pitch on the way, tries an off speed and it misses outside and high. Count goes to 1-0. Richardson did not play in the last game. As now we're ready to go here once more. The next on the way, swung on and missed. Levels it out now at 1-1. Right now, it looks like these Generals hitters are trying to really just try to get underneath the ball at this point. They're doing some really hard swings, but maybe not the move with the wind blowing the way it is. Next pitch, hard drive to right, down the line, and it hooks just foul, says the base umpire out there, who was the plate umpire during game 1. But now that brings the count to 1-2. 1 out here in the bottom half of the third inning. Cameron Kitteridge was the first out here, victim of the strikeout here to Zach White. White right now already at 3 strikeouts, potentially looking for a 4th here. Next on the way, tries outside corner, and he just catches it as Richardson does not agree, but that is 3 straight punch-outs for Zach White, who has all of his stuff working and is just showing it off. So now that is going to bring up Dylan Boyce, the left fielder. Now, a left-handed hitter here facing off against the righty in White. So give the advantage here to Boyce. As we're ready now here, once again, the next pitch on the way. Tries the high outside corner and catches it with the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. Zach White's fastball, right now, again, it's got decent velocity on it, but what's really been impressive about it is his excellent control. He has been really working the zone as the next pitch misses high and outside on that one. Tried to get Boyce a chase, but levels it out now 1-1. And he knows right now he can throw the ball a little bit higher on this now, especially with the wind blowing out, blowing towards home. So the balls aren't going to fly near as much. So the throw of the home run isn't near as strong. Next pitch, catches that high outside corner. And that one, I'm going to be honest, that one looked a little high even to me. As Boyce is even like, well, wait, what? So we'll see. 1-2 the count. The next on the way. As that one gets just a little too low, evens it up now at 2-2. Right now, White has struck out the last 3 batters, and right now 1 strike away from striking out the side. Here we go, the 2-2. He fouls it off of himself on that as the ball does go into fair play, but since it fouled off the leg, it means that it is just a foul ball, a dead ball. So we'll try it once again here at 2-2. 1-0 the score in favor of the Collegians. here against the Denver Generals as we're ready to go here. The kick, the fire. Swung on and missed for strike 3 as Zach White has struck out the side and has struck out 4 in a row. We are now heading to the top half of the 4th. It is Boulder 1, Denver nothing. Top half of the 4th inning here as Boulder leads at 1-0. Want to give a special shout out here to one of my favorite people in the entire world, Ethan, on your 16th birthday. I know you're not feeling 100% right now, but hey, we love you and happy birthday, Ethan. So now leading off here is going to be Christian Middleman, who struck out looking back in the 2nd inning. He comes up now, a second chance here. Next pitch on the way. Catches the outside part of the zone as the count now goes to 0-1. As Odegaard did a bit of a sidearm throw on that one. As the next pitch on the way misses outside, and the count goes to 1-1. So here we go. Again, a bit interesting here now with Middleman as the next pitch takes high and outside as the count goes to 2-1. Doesn't even put one of his hands on the bat until like just before the pitch is about to throw. Maybe it's just a bit of a timing thing. Now ready, the next on the way, fouls it off. So now that'll level out the count at 2-2. So here we go once again. Here 2-2 the count. The wind blowing still just as fierce. You can see the cottonwoods blowing in the air as the next pitch is taken for ball 3. Count goes to full 3-2. And I might be mistaken, but I think that's a new pitcher on the mound. That is number 21 here. That is Nate Kunta. So now, with that, next pitch is fouled out, so we'll try the full count again once more. So Mason Odegaard's day is done. And it's a little hard to tell because the numbers are the same. It just switched up here, and they're both lefties. So we'll see here as Nate Gouda gets ready. The full count on the way. Take it for strike 3, and Middleman does not agree. That is his 2nd strikeout looking, as now that will bring up the catcher in Mike Brunetti. And right now, I think what we're seeing here is for both teams a bit of culture shock here just a little bit. During the first game, the umpire had a lot more of a smaller zone. This umpire, a lot bigger of a zone. May have to swing a little bit more. Next pitch swung on and missed here. Mike Brunetti here, who was cut out at first base here earlier, got on earlier, but then was cut out second on a ground out. Next on the way. This is high as the count now levels at 1-1. So here we go. Once more now, the lefty side armor's delivery is a little bit low, and the count now goes to 2-1. So again, Mason Odegaard's day is done. Next pitch Taking for a ball, 3-1, the count. But right now, Mike Brunetti here, the catcher, the backstop for today's game here for the Collegians. Takes a look. The next pitch on the way. Misses that one way outside, and that is ball 4, a walk here to Mike Brunetti. And now that is going to bring up the third baseman in Steven Lukasevich. So another walk here. The first walk delivered here by Nate Kunta. As now that will bring up Lukasevich, who got on via fielder's choice earlier in the game. The first pitch, take it for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Lukasevich hit the ground ball that got Mike Brunetti out at second base, but it looked like it was going to be a double play, but it was dropped on the transfer. As the next pitch misses outside, the catcher had to get up to his full stand on that one. Couldn't still make the catch, but no advancement there from Brunetti as the count now 2-0. As right now, Kunta looks over to first. The next on the way. Take it for a strike. Fastball hitting that outside corner. 2-1 now the count. Already more pitches than Lukasevich saw in the his first turn up at the dish here. Got on via the fielder's choice on the very first pitch he saw. So now ready, here we go. The next pitch on the way. A ground ball right back to third base. They might try it again. The throw to second. And it looks like they're going to say there's another drop on the transfer there. So McCann, the third baseman, gets the ball. As I gets it, throws over to Richardson at second. And Richardson not able to make a clean transfer. So once again, Steven Lukasevich gets on first base at the expense of Mike Brunetti. So now, again, another fielder's choice there for Steven Lukasevich. Now brings back to the top of the lineup with 2 outs here in the top half of the 4th inning. So that'll be River Jackson, the center fielder, as the first pitch taken for a strike. Hits that outside corner. Count goes to 0-1. Jackson has had such an impressive day so far, even going back into the first game. Just in this one right now, he is 1 for 1 with a single, a walk, and 3 stolen bases. And if you want to go back into the last game, had another single, an RBI and a run scored. He is having one heck of a day. There's a quick step off there by Nate Kunta there. Resets everything. We're ready to go once again. The next pitch, a fastball, misses wide outside. It's now 1-1 the count. In the last game, Jackson was the designated hitter. In this one, he's the full-fledged center fielder. As it was Zane Zinicola in center field last game. He's now moved to left. Now we got a pickoff. He takes off for second, throw to first, and the throw goes wide, way over the head of the shortstop Kitteridge. And so that is technically, again, that's an error as he gets onto second base. On that, it was an attempt for a stolen base, but that is going to be on via the error. So still 1-1 count here with 2 outs as Lukasevich gets on to second base via the error from the first baseman. That's Brooks Gehrig, who was charged with the error. The next pitch on the way. High drive to right, but hooks foul. Here, no chance for Alex Ainsworth to make a play on it. So we'll try it again here at 1-2. 1-0 the score here in the top half of the 4th inning. A close matchup here between your Boulder Collegians and the Denver Generals. So here we go. Again, that's Kunta ready to go. Taking off on the pitch. It's a little bit high. The throw down the third and not in time. Another stolen base there. And the stolen base there for Steven Lukasevich. And now they're having an appeal down to the home plate umpire. And they're saying, nope, he's safe. He's fine. So Lukasevich now is on at third via a full stolen base. And the count now even at 2-2 with 2 outs. And another insurance run standing just 90 feet away. So here we go. Now ready. And go to the kick. The fire. Misses low and outside. And once again, the count is full. Nowhere left to put another dot on the scoreboard. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Runner on at third base is Steven Lukasevich. Ready now. It's Kunta. The delivery fouls it off once again to the right side, and we'll try it again once more here. 3-2. Looks like the wind is slowly starting to die down just a little bit, but still definitely blowing in towards home. So now we're ready once again. Here we go. Kunta's next delivery on the way. Tries the outside corner and misses that time. That is a big walk there for River Jackson, who now stands on at first. Now runners on first and third here for the Collegians, as that's going to bring up the shortstop in Hunter Hirayama. But a dangerous walk to give up to River Jackson, who's already shown his speed. 3 stolen bases just in this game. And I'll tell you right now, I have a feeling we might see a fourth here in just a minute. We'll see. He already has a nice little lead over at first, but with the lefty, he's taking off first pitch anyway. Next pitch, called a strike and no throw down. Another stolen base for River Jackson. He has been absolutely a menace on the base paths. 4 stolen bases just in this game. So now 2 runners on in scoring position. A single here should drive in 2 for the Collegians. Next pitch, a high pop-up in foul territory. Going for it is Brooks Gehrig, and a few fielders are going to converge, and it does not look like any play will be made. Nope, the home plate umpire signifies a drop, so that'll be nothing more than just a foul ball. 0-2 now the count here, but we had on that play Gehrig, Richardson, and Ainsworth all colliding in. And just really good to see that no one, again, got hurt on those kinds of plays. You always get a little bit nervous seeing multiple players going for one ball. So now we'll try it again. Hunter Hirayama on the day is 0 for 1. A walk, a stolen base to his credit. So now Reddick Gunta's ready. Looking in, the next pitch goes a little bit high, and it misses as the count goes to 1-2. Not a bad place to try, considering the strike zone we've seen for this home plate umpire being a little bit generous, really to all sides of the plate, it looks like. So here we go. Next pitch on the way. The outside corner doesn't quite get it, as Gunda even has a little bit of a jump on the mound that he thought he had him, but home plate umpire says otherwise. So now we'll try it again at 2-2. Here we go. The next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner, and same pitch, same location, same result. The ball 3, full count now 3-2. So now runners on at second and at third. Jackson at second. Lukasevich on at third. His next pitch taken for strike 3 as Hirayama can't believe it, but that will end the inning. So no runs on no hits. 1 error and 2 men left on. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Boulder leads it again, 1-0. Bottom half of the 4th inning here. Leading off here for the Generals is the top of the order here, and Alex Ainsworth, who led off this game here for the Generals with a ground out to the shortstop at Hunter Hirayama. First pitch on the way, swung on and miss on the off-speed slider. The count now goes to 0-1. Zach White still on the mound, has been absolutely phenomenal today now in his 4th inning of work. Next on the way. Now a spike just before home plate. So now 1-1, a level count. Bottom half of the 4th inning, Boulder leading at 1-0. Bulls had chances to score more runs, have not been able to come through, but have been able to get runners on base. As the next pitch misses low as the count goes to 2-1 now. So over right now, Zach White has really only needed that one run of support at this point. Now he has been absolutely dominant. The next on the way. Lined towards right, but that one will hook foul. So that brings the count now to 2-2. Looks like I caught the end of the bat on that one, but was able to just kind of push it a little bit more off to the right. Didn't have a whole lot of exit velo, but when you're just trying to stay alive, that's not a bad swing to put on it. No outs here. That's bottom half of the fourth. Next pitch on the way from White. Ground ball up the middle. Haria dives for it. Does he get it? He does. But, oh no, he does not come up with it. Looks like he just missed. That is the first base hit of the game here for the Denver Generals. A single right up the middle for Alex Ainsworth. And now that breaks a stretch of 9 straight sat down by Zach White. As now that'll bring up the catcher in Cannon Perry. As now looks in the next pitch, take it for a strike, throws first pitch heater, gets the call on it. On the day right now, Perry 0 for 1 with a ground out. Sun's starting to set here in Lakewood now. Beautiful scene here today as the next on the way is fouled off. Brings count up to a quick 0-2. No outs, 1-0 score favor of the Collegians. The wind's still blowing in, but not near as much as it was earlier today. We had some big wind earlier as the next pitch misses high. Count now goes to 1-2. We're seeing it to where the flags were basically just completely looked like they were just completely stiff, pointing out towards home. Now, a little bit of movement to him. As next pitch is fouled off again to the left side as Perry is fighting here against White. The count now stays here at 1-2. We'll do it one more time. Alex Ainsworth, the man on at first. Here again, he's the right fielder leadoff man. Now pickoff over to first, but nothing to do it as Ainsworth gets back in off a quick dive here. We haven't seen the pickoff move from White yet, but again, he hasn't let anybody on base until now. Here we go, the next pitch on the way, and off speed, and he spoils that one. Stayed back on it. Well, it looked like he was expecting fastball, but it'll stay back enough just to foul it off, and we'll try it once more here again, 1-2. They're seeing a lot more pitches than he did in his first time up. He grounded out over to Lukasevich back into the first inning here, only the second pitch. Now he has already got more than 5. This is the next on the way. Ground ball up the middle. This could be 2. Fielding it is Zahildi, and then it's over to first, and it's in time. Called that a 4-6-3 double play. Well executed here by the Collegians. And now there are 2 outs here in the 4th. As a great play there by one Mr. Chase Hildy. Gets a nice little flip over to Hirayama, who throws it over to Woolwine, an easy 4-6-3. So now that'll bring up Cruz Zamodio, as the next pitch bounces in the left-handed batter's box, and the count goes to 1-0. Zamodio, the designated hitter today, struck out swinging to end off the first. It was the first of White's strikeouts. The next pitch, taken for a strike, gets that outside corner. Count now mirroring at 1-1. More shadows really appearing over the field here with the sun setting as the next pitch misses high. Count now goes to 2-1. 1-0 the score. Favor of Boulder. As right now the Collegians have led the Generals so far 5-0 over the course of the 2 games. As the next pitch tries low outside zone, but home plate umpire doesn't like it. Count now will go to 3-1. We've yet to see a walk here from Zach. He'd like to try to avoid that as the next on the way. Swung on and missed on a high fastball, and now that brings the count full 3-2. Nowhere left to put a little dot on the scoreboard. 3-2 with 2 outs. Here we go, White. He looks in. Next pitch on the way. Fouls it off. Just gets it off the end of the bat on that one. And so we'll try it one more time here. Full count, 3-2, bottom half of the 4th inning. Here at Denver Christian School. The first day of baseball here for your Boulder Collegians. Now's the next on the way. Taken for strike 3. Another strikeout. The second strikeout on the day to Cruz MODO. And that will end the inning. So far, Zach White has faced the minimum through 4. We head to the 5th. The score is 1-0 in favor of Boulder. All right, 4 for 11. Diego. Yeah. Diego's coming in for Zines and a cola. Top half of the 5th inning here, we have a substitution here as Diego Castellanos is going to come in to hit here for Zane Zinicola. As the first pitch on the way to him is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Castellanos started in the last game, went 0 for 1 with 2 walks, a stolen base, 2 walks, a stolen base, 1 run scored, and an RBI. 2-0 the count now here on Castellanos as he's ready. The next pitch on the way. Ground ball right to the third base of McCann. He's got it. Goes to first, and just in time as Castellanos was hustling down the line. And that will be a first out here of the 5th inning as Boulder leads it 1-0. That's going to bring up here the designated hitter in Isaac Sobieskiewicz. Excuse me. There we go. Sobieskiewicz. Excuse me. I put 2 names put together on that one. There we go. Next pitch on the way here. Was a called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Sun finally starting to set here behind some clouds here, giving us a little bit more clarity as the next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. Went for the outside corner and got that one. Right again now, Nate Kunda, his next inning of work. The next pitch on the way goes low on an off speed, but does not get the call. Count goes to 2-1. So yes, check right now, 1 for 2 on the day. Next pitch on the way. Fouls it off to the left. Here and now, that'll keep the count. Bring the count, to 2-2. So yes, check was big during the first game. Again, went 2 for 2 with 2 singles, a stolen base, and reached via hit by pitch. Next on the way, misses outside. The count runs full once more. 3-2 here on Sobieskiewicz. One out here in the top half of the 5th inning. As the next payoff on the way, a high drive into deep right center field. Going back for it is Carbone, and Ainsworth is there, and he'll make the catch, but that ball was absolutely clobbered to right center field, but just didn't quite get enough as the wind is starting to die down here in Denver Christian School Field, the home of the Thunder. And now at 2 down, that's going to bring out the second baseman in Chase Hildy. The sidearmer's first pitch on the way is fouled off, and the count goes to 0-1. Hildy this game 0-2, a ground out, the strikeout. Back in the first game, though, went 1-for-3 with an RBI single in the fourth. 1-0, still score in favor here of Boulder. There's the next pitch on the way. Take it for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. We haven't seen a score change since the second inning of this game when Derek Woolwine scored here off of the bat of River Jackson as the next pitch. Take it for a ball. Count goes to 1-2. That run, though, was unearned as on that play, again, he got on base via the error as the next pitch misses for a ball. 2-2 now the count. So no RBI was applied during it. The next on the way, fouls it off to the right side. Got just a little too far under, but a powerful swing there by Chase Hildy. And that keeps the count right where it's at, 2-2. 2 outs here on the top half of the fifth inning. So here we go again. Kunta's ready. The next on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and no men left on. We now head to the bottom of the fifth. Score still reads 1-0 in favor of Boulder. New pitcher. Number 9. That is Alec Martinez. Bottom half of the fifth inning here now for the Denver Generals, and it's a new pitcher on the mound here for Boulder. Here, as Zach White's day is done, the lefty Alec Martinez steps onto the bump here to get things going here against Jack McCann, the third baseman. First pitch on the way, a fastball misses outside. Kind of goes to 0-1. Zach White had himself a heck of a day today. 4 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and 6 punch-outs. As the next pitch goes outside, but swung on and missed. As the count now goes to 1-1. The can on the game is 0-1 with a ground out to the shortstop in Hirayama. As the next pitch taken for a ball, count goes to 2-1. So right now, again, Zach White Hang Your Hat had himself a fantastic day, and now Alec Martinez gets to pitch. Here we go. The 2-1 now on the way. Fouled off to the right side. Got some good wood on it, but not quite enough. That'll now put the count 2-2. Normally for doubleheaders, you're trying your best to not use as many pitchers. And so far, Boulder has done exactly that. This is only the 4th pitcher used through both games. As the next on the way. Misses outside on the off speed. Brings the count full 3-2. Alec Martinez at Metro State University. The next payoff on the way. Fouls it off right behind home plate, and we'll do the payoff one more time. Well, Martinez, a left-handed pitcher and utility man, said he could play most a position at that point. Out of Brighton, Colorado, 5'11". The lefty's delivery is fouled off, and we'll do it again. That one hit a metal pole quite sharply. It turned into a ground ball over to Hildy over at second base. No outs there on that one, but might have been able to hear that one on the broadcast. We'll try it again now. 3-2. High for called strike 3 as on that Jack McCann had already thrown his bat, thought that one was way too high, and that is a strikeout looking. And now that's going to bring up Brooks Gehrig up to the dish. So 1 batter, 1 strikeout. Good start there for Alec Martinez. Gehrig on the day 0-for-1 with a ground out to the second baseman his first time up. The first pitch of fastball misses low as the count goes to 1-0. But Brooks Gehrig was a DH in the last game here and did pretty solid overall, but only reached base 1 time over 3 as the next pitch is taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. First baseman DH as Martinez now ready the next pitch on the way. Ground ball taken by the first baseman Woldwine. He's got it easily. Takes to the bag himself for the easy 3 unassisted. And now there's 2 quick outs here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Close game could still go either way, but the Collegians have led this game since the 2nd inning. And if you really want to go back a little bit further, go back into the first game, the Collegians were either tied or leading since the 3rd of the last inning. As the next pitch, a foul, a little bit of a weak hit by Hayden Carbone, but the first baseman Woldwine is there, and he makes the catch, and that is an easy out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on as we head to the 6th inning. Boulder leads it 1-0.
Hang in there.
Doing good. Of course, I'm telling like a long story when a guy was hit, and I'm like, oh, time to keep it short here for this one. It was a good play, though.
This is a slow game. Quiet game.
1-0 into the 6th, yeah. Look at this. This is kind of cool, though. You're not allowed to run in yet, but the last time you either were is like you've never had any point where you were even remotely down in this game. Scoring in the 4th inning was the first score of all of it, and since then, did not relinquish your lead. You had run here in the 2nd, which wasn't earned, unfortunately, but you've not been losing at any point during these 2 games. It's cool to see. Let's see who's on the board.
They're a good team.
Yeah, they are. New bump.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, new bump number 3. Number 3 is Gavin Kaiser.
Are all of our numbers in changer or jersey numbers?
I think we're missing a few. I've updated like we have Bernetti's number now, which is 22. Yeah, so I've updated all the numbers as they come up.
was Levi's?
I have no idea. I don't think Levi's played.
He pitched.
You did?
Yeah, that was him in the last game.
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
Who did you have come in?
I have no idea. I'll have to back him up. But I didn't definitely wasn't Levi.
Wait, the last
It
game?
was Levi, was it?
No, it was Mason Bright and then Noel Archuleta.
Yeah, I was like,
Uh,
really had me panicked a little bit.
Top half of the sixth inning here as Derek Woolwine gets ready to lead off, and a new pitcher here for the Generals as Gavin Kaiser gets ready to toe the rubber here. The right-hander facing off against Woolwine. First pitch on the way to the first baseman. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1 on the easy-going fastball. But Nate's day is done. 2 innings pitched, did not give up a hit. No runs, but did walk 2 and struck out 3. The sidearmer's day is done. The next pitch on the way to the first baseman is taken for a ball. Count now levels at 1-1. Woolwine accounts for the 1 run in this ball game here. He reached via an error to lead off the second inning and was brought across, but because he reached via an error, it's an unearned run. As the next pitch on the way, fouls it off to the left side, and he knew he had that one, but couldn't quite come up with anything else, so the count goes to 1-2. But right now for Derek Woolwine, he has played some great defense today. He has had a lot of good plays at first, had a couple of picks, and on top of it, has been trying to do a couple of throws that were not quite on the mark. He's been doing a good job with it. Next on the way, take it for strike 3 as that hits the outside corner, and he does not agree, and he is not happy about it, as that is another strikeout looking here for the Collegians, and that'll bring up the right fielder in Christian Middleman. Middleman on the day, 2 strikeouts looking. And when you have this many strikeouts looking, that does beg a couple questions. We'll see what it does, though, here as they're trying to expand the zone just a little bit. Still a close game, 1-0. As the next pitch on the way is swung on and missed. As the count now goes to 0-1. 1-0 the score here in favor of the Collegians. Taking on here the Denver Generals' second game of the doubleheader. Next pitch on the way. Hit into center, left center field. Calling for it is the center fielder, Carbone. He's there and makes the catch. Got some good wood on that one here, but it sounded maybe like the bat might have broke on that one. We'll see. But regardless, there's now 2 outs here on the top half of the 6th. 2 quick outs, I should say. That'll now bring up the catcher in Mike Brunetti. Brunetti on the day is 1 for 1, a single and a walk, but both cut out at first base. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Interesting with Brunetti and also with the guy right after him in Steven Lukasevich. Mike has gone on first base now twice today, and each time he's got out at second off of a fielder's choice dropped by the transfers. The next pitch is swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-2. And on both of those, here's Lukasevich made it to third base each time, but not home. But just kind of funny to see the mirror similarities. This is the next pitch on the way. Take it for strike 3, and he knew it. And that will end the inning. So no runs on, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. Heading to the bottom of the 6th, the score's still 1-0. Bottom half of the sixth here, as right now the Denver Generals have only sent up the minimum here, as now Alec Martinez throws the rubber for a second inning of work, facing off here against Cameron Kitteridge as the first pitch, ground ball down the third base line, is to be taken by Lucas Savage. Shows the first and not in time. A leadoff single here for Cameron Kitteridge. That's his first base hit of the ball game, and the first hit given up here by Alec Martinez. So now one man up and one man on, as that'll now bring up the second baseman and Jamie Richardson. Richardson, his last time up, struck out looking, but now faces against the lefty Alec Martinez. As the next pitch on the way is inside, and that one broke just enough to not hit Richardson, as the count now goes to 1-0. Kitteridge, the shortstop, is on at first base with a leadoff single as the next pitch taken for a strike. Gets the top part of the zone, 1-1, levels out the count now. Sun starting to peek through the clouds once again, giving some really big shadows here on the field. We'll see if that affects the game at all. 1-0, still the score. Right now, next pitch on the way is in the dirt. A great pick there by the catcher, Mike Brunetti, and a quick pop-up, too. Give him a little credit on that one as well. But still, balls, the count now goes 2-1. So right now here, Martinez, the lefty, gets his sign, kicks, delivers. That one's low in the dirt. Another block there by Brunetti. Keeps it in front of them to keep the runner, Kitteridge, on at first base. But the count now goes 3-1. Dylan Buis, the left fielder, is on deck. Martinez now ready. Kicks and fires. A drive into left field. Going for it. There is the left fielder in Castellanos, the new left fielder, I should say. And he will make the catch for the first out of the inning. Here is on the play here. Cameron Kitteridge had to retreat back. And now that's going to bring up the number 9 hitter in Dylan Buis. On the day so far, 0-1 with a strikeout. Here, right now, if they pull off a double play here, they will have faced the minimum through 6. We'll see, though. Here is the next pitch, inside pitch, but that one catches the strike. So what movement on that slider? As that would look like even Buis thought that was going to hit him, and that one curved right back in for a strike. So now, right here we go. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Count quickly 0-2 here on Buis, the left fielder. Kitteridge on at first base got a single after his first pitch he saw of Martinez. The next on the way. Swung on and missed. But with a runner on at first base, even though the ball was dropped, doesn't matter. Still just a strikeout. The second straight strikeout here on Buis. And that'll flip the lineup to the top here for Alex Ainsworth, who is 1 for 2 on the day with a single and a ground out. He was a part of a double play victim here in the 4-6-3 ground out from Cannon Perry. The catcher, next pitch, drive, hit over the third base, throws the second in time for the out, and that will end the inning. Here, took the first pitch he saw and hits a grounder with it. So now we head to the final frame of action. Boulder leads it 1-0.
Stop blowing and send this in the bullpen. Yeah, the wind stopped blowing.
And the sun is directly in the pictures. Final frame of action here, top half of the 7th inning here, as we will see Steven Lukasevich leading off here for your Collegians. Here, as on the day so far, is 0 for 2, gotten on via a couple of fielder's choices, and has one stolen base, still third, back in the 4th. As he gets ready to face off against Gavin Kaiser to lead off the 7th. The wind pretty much gone, a little bit of wind here still, but not too much. Still blowing the same direction as the first pitch. Taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. But right now, Kaiser in his 2nd inning of work here. Last chance for Boulder to add on any insurance before going into the 7th. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. Hits the outside corner. 1-1 to count. So right now, here, Lukasevich has gotten on base both times. We'll see if he can do it a 3rd time in as many attempts. Doesn't have a runner on first base to work with. His next pitch driven in a center field, going back and going forward. Forward is Carbone, and he makes a pretty nice acrobatic catch there, fighting the sun that is peeking through, and he makes the catch for the first out here of the 7th. That ball was hit hard, but not quite enough to get past Carbone. So now that'll bring up the speedy center fielder in River Jackson. Jackson has reached base through the walk each of his first 3 times at the plate in this game, and has recorded at least one stolen base each time. As next pitch on the way, misses inside as the count goes to 1-0. In fact, right now, Jackson has 4 stolen bases just on this game. Really showing off the wheels here at Denver Christian School, as the next pitch on the way from Kaiser is taken high for ball 2. 2-0 now the count. Again, Boulder leading this game right now 1-0. The only score change we have had in this game was back in the 2nd inning. Other than that, we've been scoreless. So now ready Kaisers to a pitch. Fouled off right behind home plate as the count goes now to 2-1. Actually, I do need to amend something I said just a moment ago. River Jackson has walked twice today, got a single back in the 2nd inning. Yep. He did not walk back in that one, so I will amend my words there. I apologize for that. But we have 1 out here and nobody on here, top half of the 7th inning. They're ready. River Jackson face off against Gavin Kaiser. Next pitch on the way. Another drive into center field. Going back for it is Carbone. Fighting the sun. He's there and he makes the catch. Another fly out here to Carbone out in center. And that ball was also hit quite hard. The wind's still blowing it in a bit, but give Carbone some credit here on top of it. He's fighting the sun. You can see right there in center field. It is like that is the direct dead zone immediately for the sun. And now that'll bring up Hunter Hirayama. Now the first pitch on the way is fouled off. The count goes to 0-1. Hirayama in this game is 0 for 2 with a walk, a strikeout looking, and a flyout. 2 outs here in the top half of the 7th inning coming up for the Generals. You've got Perez, Zamudio, and McCann. Next pitch on the way. A high drive into deep left field. Will this one stay fair? We're looking, and it is a foul ball. Really put a charge into that one, but unfortunately it just goes foul. So now we'll see here an 0-1 count. Here for Hirayama. Facing off against Kaiser. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. That was actually an 0-2 pitch. And he swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So Boulder holds on to a 1-0 lead, but we are heading into the bottom half of the 7th inning. Last chance for the Generals as Boulder leads it 1-0.
Put the lights on.
Last chance for the Denver Generals. Here on the bottom half of the 7th inning, Boulder leading it 1-0. And leading off here for the Generals is the catcher and Cannon Perry. We'd like to take a moment to thank some of the collegiate sponsors: Hazel's Beverage World, WK Real Estate, Alpine Bank, Boulder, and Mike Maroon Buick GMC. As the first pitch is a strike, count goes to 0-1. Perry on the day is 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts, one of them resulting in a double play. As the next pitch is in the dirt, gets by the catcher and Brunetti. Count now of 1-1. But right now here was Alec Martinez trying to finish this one out, trying to get a 3-inning save. As the next pitch just misses on that one, as the count now goes to 2-1. 1-0 the score here in favor of the Boulder Collegians. Ready now. The kick, the fire, misses inside as now the count goes 3-1. 1-0 only the score, so any lead right now is not safe. Martinez got to lock down. Here we go, the 3-1. And that is ball 4. Here is that. So that's a leadoff walk and the tying run now on base here for the Generals. As now that'll bring up the designated hitter in Cruz Zamudio. Zamudio on the day has struck out twice, once swinging, the next looking. Alec Martinez here, that's the first walk that he has given up. He has been very effective so far. He has only given up 1 hit. As next pitch on the way, misses low as the count goes to 1-0. He's only allowed 2 base runners. One was the single to Cameron Kittredge last inning, and the last was the walk there to Cannon Perry. So now ready, here we go. The delivery. This is low. 2-0 now the count. As now it looks like we're going to have, time is called as we're going to have a pitching conference on the mound here. We're going to take a little bit of time here to let it all play out here. Right now, we're seeing what Alec Martinez has done. He has been effective so far right now. And when he first came in relief here in the 5th inning, sat them down 1-2-3. The next inning, the 6th, only faced 4, give up the single to Kittredge, and then the next 3 down. And now against Perry, gives up a leadoff walk. And now against Zamudio, he's currently down 2-0 as we're ready to get things started. Modest lead over at first by Perry as the next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the off speed. Count goes to 2-1. The sunlight looks like it's starting to fade a little more, going behind some more clouds as we're ready. The next pitch on the way. Another off speed finds the strike zone. Count goes 2-2. Right now, Alec Martinez has had a lot of success with the off speed pitches and with the breaking ball. A little bit more than the fastball. Maybe needs to rely on it just a little bit more as the next pitch gets it on the off speed, and that is strike 3. Another strikeout looking there as Cruz Zamudio strikes out for the 3rd time today, the 2nd time looking. And now, again, the winning run on is at the dish here in Jack McCann. The first pitch on the way misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. Tie run on at first in Cannon Perry. Got on via leadoff walk. But now Alec Martinez set the next pitch on the way is a called strike here. And it looks like on this one, Jack McCann asking about whether or not that was in the zone or on the check swing. And he's saying that, yep, that one was in the zone for him. So the count goes to 1-1. Martinez working quickly. The next pitch, a high pop-up down the right field line, but that one will hook foul. So now McCann is down 1-2. Martinez has been very effective and is looking for the 3-inning save. A bit of a rare commodity here in baseball. The 1-2. Take it for strike 3. Looking on, hits the outside corner. 2nd time in a row that Jack McCann has gone down looking, and the 2nd straight strikeout looking. Thrown here by Alec Martinez, and now the Generals are down to their final out, and here comes Brooks Gehrig. Again, he represents the winning run. The next pitch on the way. Osby finds the outside corner. Count goes to 0-1. Gehrig yet to have a hit today. Here has gone 0 for 2 in this game, and the last game was 0 for 3. Next on the way. Swung on and missed, and the Generals are now down to their final strike. Boulder 1 strike away from sweeping the doubleheader and starting out the season as good as you possibly could with a 2-0 victory. The next on the way, swung on and missed for strike 3 as Alec Martinez strikes out the side and ends the inning and the ball game as Boulder holds on to a close 1-0 lead to take game 2 of the doubleheader. They now will travel back home here for their next series here, and they will do it with a perfect 2-0 record. We'll be back in a few minutes with the happy totals, so stick with us. Again, your final score, Boulder 1 and Denver 0.
No, like which pitcher was up for the score for the weekend?
It was
That's who. Okay. Thank you.
it was in the second inning.
Thank you.
Of course. Once again, a final here, the second game of the doubleheader. A final score, Boulder wins at a final score of 1-0 here as Boulder comes over into the home of the Denver Generals and scores 5 runs over the course of the 2 games while allowing none as they win both games of the doubleheader. Got to talk about some of the MVPs for this game, and there's a few really easy ones to look at, and it comes down to the pitching. Zach White came through in the first 4 innings, giving up just 1 hit, facing the absolute minimum through 4 innings, striking out 6 and walking none. And then on top of it, Alec Martinez coming in with a 3-inning save here, walking 1 and striking out 5. He was absolutely on fire. The entire pitching staff here for Denver was on fire today. They only had to use 4 pitchers through a doubleheader. Even through all 14 innings, they played absolutely phenomenal baseball here on the offensive side of things. Again, there was not a whole ton of hits. In fact, you take a look, both teams had the exact same amount of hits, only 2 in this game. Here, the first hit was there, off of River Jackson. The other one was here off of Isaac Sobieschek. So right now at this point, it was not the offense's game, but the pitching is what really won it today for Boulder. A big win. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for today's game here. Starting with Hazel's Beverage World, WK Real Estate, Alpine Bank, Boulder, and Mike Maroon Buick GMC. So right now, player of the game for this one. It's really hard to choose one of the pitchers for it. I'm going to personally have to go with Zach White. Zach White, 4 innings of just 1 hit, no walks, 6 strikeouts, and he's faced only the minimum. The only reason why he has that 1 hit is he did give up a single here to Alex Ainsworth in the 4th inning, but then got a double play to get out of it immediately right after that. So amazing outing for both. Tune in as we have a doubleheader coming up here in just a couple days. They'll be right here again on the Boulder Collegians YouTube page. We'll be back with those, but have a great rest of your day. Stay safe and hope to see you all real soon.